the riders. Then we get the damage. Good job, hero. Two. One. We get Captain Bacon. GG, June. Was that Waka's voice actor? It almost sounded like Waka.
And last but not least, our chef. We got the best of the best for our canteen in Celiana. As some of you may know, she's the Astera chef's former mentor, and she's come out of retirement to help us out.
So I mean, you enjoy the big face. I take it. Do you indeed find it good? Or is it, just not your brand? We've been doing a lot of new stuff with the production value, Jin, since you've been able to hang out last. We're gonna obtain Hilda! And right from one of the documents from wherever. You gotta admit, the mustache is still very glorious. Nice. Bleep bloop. What mic and stand did you order? I seem to remember this being next to impossible. It is next to impossible. LOL! Yeah, we gotta pump them numbers up. This sure is just funny. Would you please let me pass? No worky? Can anyone else flip? See.
You have a grenade, probably.
I don't have time to switch.
Yeah.
See? We're halfway there already.
Loving the positivity.
Wait, what? Did you see? Loving the positivity.
Pathfinder, Reyes still needs your help investigating the murders in Kadara Port.
And then Joel just floats up. Like, doesn't even jump, just like. I hope I wasn't the only. I couldn't see either. Why did it click? I
That was
clicked.
the best flashbang ever.
Yeah, it was. I'm sure Jane clicked it. That was fun though.
Oh man.
Oh, come on.
Who came up with this plan anyway? I made a mistake I myself could run.
this is fine. Do you have to click it like super fast or just a bunch of times? Body. Why the brain is simply not a computer, it should be. And a multitude of other interesting facts that will make your head spin. This edition also includes 2 new chapters about the development of the brain and how it affects your behavior in different stages of our lives.
Oh, someone crit.
I think that was me on that death flare. I didn't see for highlights.
That hit pretty hard.
Warning. Dangerous level of explosive gas Warning. Dangerous level of explosive gas detected. Please evacuate and avoid all open...
You could have said that before I did it instead of while I was doing it. That is U.S. pizza? What kind of pizza? I don't want to eat your lunch. That would be amazing. Where's Mo? We have roll cute. So much.
A lot of people in the FC just hung out. Do you have Chromecast? Rats,
You
I
don't
have a
have
phone call. Sorry.
Screaming. That, perhaps. Alright, game. Now you're just trolling me. Do that thing. Do it. Computer. Alright, well, that makes my life a bit easier. But, yeah. Yeah, I know, but it's okay. It just lets me enjoy the combat. I don't even care. Don't even care. I'm starting to care. Just a little bit. What do we have here?
I see you, Jedi.
You saw that? The game understood it as I pushed him off, but then his body just flung back forward. That is great. Okay. So waiting for it to hit YouTube and then let's send it back to Twitch. Nice. So we can, at the very least, receive chat commands. So like if I was to do exclamation point clip on YouTube.
What I'm talking about is, or you remember the Klingon woman, right? That was in that movie too. It was
It's been a
his
while.
daughter. Oh my!
Dude, you know how much Star Trek I've been watching? Like, there's so much Star Trek, like, the
What's the
old
point
stuff.
of watching? What's the point of watching Star Trek if it's just gonna all melt out of your brain? You're gonna forget everything.
Nice. It means that, whenever you... Pardon me!
One weekend.
Chat. What just happened with the audio? Were y'all getting two mics at the same time? Wait.
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in and constantly taste the salt.
Oh, wow. Excuse me.
So how do we get out?
I don't know. I think I goofed. Yeah, this is not good.
I'm just gonna let go.
Okay. Okay, wait, this is good. Yeah, you got out somehow, and then, okay.
I thought Waka told you not to get any ideas.
He did?
Yeah, so you're coming with me.
Hey, stop dreaming! You with a woman? You can't even catch a ball!
There it is.
Oh, what's the...
Gonna cry. What a savage clip. What is up, my peoples? Tell me about your lives. Tell me about your triumphs and your struggles. Tell me some good things, Chet. What is up? We are back with something that is admittedly very out of my comfort zone. I was just asking my helper right before switching to this scene, why am I nervous to do this? 'Cause, like, it's not that different from what I do all the time, but, kinda nervous for this one. 'Cause, it's just gonna be a hot tub stream. tempt me, Breaker, because I can actually hurry up and grab a hot tub, like, GIF with, like, the waters, maybe have some bubbles, you know, something like that, just have a bubble hot tub AMA. You know, might inevitably break TOS, but who cares? I guess. I think part of what's making me nervous for this, I don't have any sound for what I'm doing. Like, you should be hearing some very light music in the background. I got nothing. It's not that nothing is broken, it's just that, like, the way that I've got the audio routed, I've got nothing. You got stuff, I don't got stuff. So, like, I'm not used to, like, sitting in with silence in the headphones. Like, I could legit just, like, take off the headphones and be fine. Because I got nothing. But, keeping them on for, like, TTS things and whatnot. So, yeah. So today is a thank you stream, essentially, for all of you that has been helping me with my gaming YouTube channel. First off, to get it to YouTube Partner, which is spectacularly awesome. Thank y'all so much. And also for helping to get it even further. And, like, lately, no joke, no scam, the YouTube stream has been outperforming the Twitch stream by, like, a factor of 3 for the past, like, 3 or 4 streams. So, that is something that I would have never expected. Because, like, come, actually 1 month from now, August 11th, I will have been streaming on Twitch for 11 years. And within about a year and a half, the YouTube stream has, as far as, you know, like, pure numbers goes, just, like, stalked the Twitch stream. And that is something that I would have never, ever expected. And that is all because of y'all. So I've said this many, many times over the years, like, I'm just the guy facilitating this thing. Y'all are the ones that make it as awesome as it is. I just do things and hope they work out. And y'all are the ones that, like, come to it and then, like, y'all, like, shape it in a way that I can't quite do that. So, we're a team, and y'all are doing stupidly well. So, I wanted to do something to thank y'all for that. And so, today's stream is to do something that I've never done before. And do a full-on stream of nothing but answering the questions that I've been presented, you know, over the years, and also recently, just, you know, over the past 11 years, or almost 11 years. And, you know, use this as maybe an opportunity to encourage people to not only follow their dreams, which is, a huge thing that I try and do here, but also to point people to Jesus, which is the other, the more major thing that I do here. And so, what we've got here is 39 questions that I've collected from Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Discord that cover a pretty wide range of things ranging from my disability to how I do things with gaming, how I feel about certain games, just my thoughts on games in general. And also the things that I believe as a Christian. And I think that that's gonna cover like a pretty big swath of the things that I've done and talked about, and I can't say stood for because I can't stand, sat for over the past 11 years, almost 11 years of streaming. So I suppose we will just get started. So here's what I'm thinking. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just start going through the questions, and at any given point, if any of y'all have questions or comments or whatever relating to the question that is currently being presented, throw it in the chat and we will just extend the discussion on that question until we, cover everything. And depending on how much discussion we have per question, we may or may not get through all 39 questions, in which case we might have to do a second stream of this. We're gonna have to find out. So, without further ado, first question of my first ever AMA is, to no one's surprise, what is your disability? Asked by one of my local IRL friends, Sean. He was actually the only person to ask questions on TikTok, which I thought was rather humorous and surprising. Because as far as sheer follow count goes, I've got by and far the most followers on TikTok. It's 18,900 followers on TikTok. But my friend Sean is the only person that asked questions on TikTok. I think that's kind of funny. Also, you will see a number of questions from Sean throughout this AMA because Sean asked a lot of the questions that set up some of the deeper questions. So, you're gonna see Sean as a recurring character in the AMA because he did such a good job setting up questions that y'all asked, which are the deeper questions. So, Cobb! What does that say? Also, how are you doing, Living Record? I didn't even ask. How are you, sir? So, Sean on TikTok asks, what is your disability? So, this is probably the question that I get the most on stream, naturally. And the condition that I have is called congenital muscular dystrophy. And whenever I was born, doctors initially assumed, based on my symptoms and stuff, whenever my parents brought me in to see like what was going on with me, because I wasn't like meeting regular baby milestones, you know, like I wasn't rolling over, I wasn't sitting up, I wasn't holding my head up on my own, stuff like that. And so I was brought in, and the doctors initially thought that I had spinal muscular atrophy type 1. I actually found this out from my mom recently, because up to this point I thought that the doctors assumed that I had Duchenne's muscular dystrophy, which both Duchenne's and SMA type 1 are really, really bad subtypes of muscular dystrophy. However, SMA type 1 is the one that doctors assumed would kill me by the time that I was 2 years old. And so they did a muscle biopsy in my right leg, and I've still got the scar on my right leg from when I was an infant, and they took a bit of muscle out of me. They did a muscle biopsy on me and figured out that I actually have congenital muscular dystrophy, which is a much, much better variation of muscular dystrophy than SMA or Duchenne's, or say SMA type 1 or Duchenne's, because congenital MD progresses dramatically slower than Duchenne's and SMA type 1, to the point where after a certain point, and it's different for everybody, that after a certain point, the condition can slow down progression dramatically, if not stop, for long periods of time, if not forever. So you have these moments where like it progresses, and then it plateaus, and then it can stay plateaued forever, or it can wait a long time and then progress again until you plateau again. And for me, I did most of my progression in early childhood. So by the time that I was, let's say 12, I probably had most of the progression of my condition, and then it like really slowed down once I was a teenager. And after about like somewhere between 16 and 18, it probably hit the plateau that I'm at now. And I've been plateaued since probably 18 years old. And that's not to say that like there's been no progression of my condition, but the progression has been so small over that time that I would still consider it to be largely plateaued. And so, Lord willing, I will stay at the current progression of my condition for the rest of my life, Lord willing. And I should also probably point out what congenital MD does. So, muscular dystrophy in general is a umbrella term for a collection of like over 40 different neuromuscular diseases. And the major similarity between all of those conditions is that they weaken your muscles and sometimes your organs over your lifetime. And the main difference in all of them is the speed of their progression, how they present themselves, and when they present themselves. So, some of them progress very, very quickly, like SMA type 1 and Duchenne's. And some will actually not even present themselves until you're an adult. So you can live what you think is a normal, healthy life, but you're carrying some form of muscular dystrophy that will then reveal itself once you're an adult. And then there's others, like mine, which you have from birth. The word congenital actually means from birth. So I have congenital muscular dystrophy. And then on top of all that, because of my condition reducing my muscle and organ capacity over my lifetime, and because a lot of the progression happened in my early childhood, when I was 8 years old, my lungs collapsed, probably because of the congenital MD. And around the same time that my lungs collapsed, I ended up with pneumonia. And so, not only were my lungs closing up, they were filling up with all kinds of gunk from the pneumonia. And so, the doctors presented my parents with the option of either getting me the trach, which is the thing that you see sticking out of my neck, and a ventilator, which is the hose that kind of reaches around the back of my chair, to a machine that breathes for me, or at least helps me breathe. It was either get the trach and the vent, or die. And my parents were like, some people actually choose to let their kids go. And the doctor was like, yeah, that is a choice that some parents make. And my parents were like, no, you get our son whatever he needs, whatever it takes. Do what you have to do. And so I got the trach and the ventilator at 8 years old. And during the same surgery, they also put a feeding tube in me, in my stomach. Because even though I could eat, and I can still eat now, y'all sometimes see me eating on stream. Even though I can eat, I can't physically eat enough to maintain my weight. And so I needed the trach and the ventilator to pump my lungs back up and also get the pneumonia out and all the gunk that's continued to build up since. And the feeding tube to help me gain and maintain my weight. And so, yeah, I have a progressive neuromuscular disease that is presently plateaued, praise the Lord, that has also resulted in a trach ventilator and a feeding tube. So, that should thoroughly cover what my condition is. So, if you'll have further questions about that, please feel free to throw it in. But, let me catch up on chat real quick while y'all, present any questions you might have. So, how's it going at Dirt's Full Puck? Good to see you in stream today. And hi, Jen! How is the you? Get well soon. This is like I said, it's a progressive thing. Fall. I will have this for the rest of my life, and Lord willing, I will live a long, normal, healthy lifespan. So, and as that, can't so long as you're on your way to a gig, look forward to hearing some quality answers from a quality dude. And there's a quality question in here from a quality Azure. So, hope the gig goes most excellent, sec. Let's see. Doing okay, Jen? Very sore shoulder for a month, so can't game. That is a mega oof. I hope you can find something that can, at least give you some kind of relief. Actually, chat, before the next question, let me get some coffee and tea super quick. I'll leave the question on the screen, just in case anybody has a follow-up question before I move on to the next one. How do I feel if someone says live long and prosper after I squeeze a Star Trek reference? I of course respond with peace and long life, because that is the actual response you're supposed to have to live long and prosper. Okay. Next question. Oh, wait. Let's see. Yep. Never knew that. Since you're not a Trekkie. Fairly certain that you get the call and response in Star Trek The Next Generation. I think also in one of the original series episodes between Spock and his dad. But I know for sure in The Next Generation. So, next question comes to us from Andrea Pico 87 on Instagram, who asks, how old are you? How long have you been a gamer? So presently, as of the recording of this video / streaming of this stream, I am 37 years old. And I will be 38 on August 19th. And I have been a gamer since I was, to my recollection, about 2 years old. Which of course leads into the next question. Sent to us by Landon Northway. Yeah, Landon Northway asks, how did you get into gaming? What was your first console? Or did you just start with PC? So I got into gaming. I remember playing... The first game that I ever played was the original Mario on the NES. Which I guess you would say it was the original Donkey Kong. Because it was the one where you got Donkey Kong kicking the barrels down the ramps, and Mario is at the bottom and he's got to run right to left, left to right, up the ramps, dodging the barrels to get up to Donkey Kong to save Peach. That was the very first game that I played on the NES at my grandparents on my dad's side. And that is like the first vivid memory that I have of gaming. And so, our first console, me and my brother, was actually
One
an
of these
NES.
days I'll remember to cancel this, winky face.
Zach, thank you so much for the 49-month subsec. I really do appreciate it. Also, I'm not sure why the overlay didn't go up. No, it's all good. Actually, that reminds me. 4 years. Okay, you just proved that the overlay didn't show up. Let's see, super chat. Okay, so... something about overlay. Chat, did an alert show up at the bottom of the screen? Because it should have. Also, as there, in all seriousness, feel free to cancel anytime. You'll always be a friend and a bro. Let's see. Nope, it was up. Okay. Now. Yeah, my first console at home, me and my brother, wasn't NES. And we played a lot of the original Zelda and the first like Super Mario game, the one, you know, 1-1 where you're running across, you gotta hit the Goomba, get the mushroom, jump the pipes, you know, that one. And we were so immensely lost in the original Zelda. I don't even think we ever finished it. But it was a great time. But, yeah, and then after the NES, we ended up with a SNES, and then a Sega Genesis. and then a N64 and a PS1, and then a PS2, and then I think that was it for a while. Then I ended up with a PS3 and an Xbox 360. After the PS3, it's whenever my hands had progressed to the point that I can no longer use console controls. So, that should... It's right. And then at that point, I was like, I was basically shifting to PC gaming anyway. Which leads into the next question. How you doing, Mike? What is up, sir? This leads into the next question. Coming to us again from Sean. Asking, do I have an amped up computer? Or do I work off of a laptop? So he knows all of this himself. Because, I mean, he comes to my house. But... I use a desktop computer that we actually built on stream. What was it, Chad? Like last year? Maybe a year before? Was it 2023 or 2024? So, my current rig is a Intel i9 an Intel i9. The current rig is a Intel i9 14900KF with, believe it or not, judge me all you want, 128 gigs of RAM. I am a software engineer that runs everything for this stream on one rig, including the bot. Well, bots. I need some juice. And a RTX 4070 Super with a 2TB M2 SSD. And in addition to that, I've also got two 4TB spinning drives. One of which I use purely for recording video from this stream for editing later, and then the other one I use for stuff that doesn't necessarily have to be on the SSD, which keeps the lifespan of the SSD working, for longer. So, next question. That's a fun chat first, actually. Jen. Let me break it. You missed those old console days and the bit wars? Oh yeah, the 8-bit and the 16-bit consoles. Remember how much of a jump that was, like going from 8-bit to 16-bit? Like, we thought that we had arrived. So, Jen, sense of humor has blossomed wonderfully into the awesome person I present today. No, you, Jen. If I'm being completely transparent, Jen, I feel like my sense of humor over the years, yeah, it's changed. But I feel like in some ways, like, I've lost, a piece of my humor that I had, like, before college, like in the early days of this stream. Because, like, I find it harder now to just let go and be goofy. in some regards. Like, in some ways, it's easier. But in some ways, it's like my brain doesn't want to turn off Sir Sirius Star. And like, you know, and then sometimes I can just turn it off and just be goofy, but like, that's usually when I'm tired. I find that whenever I stream when I'm tired, I will say some stupid stuff, and it's hilarious. But like, whenever I am, you know, well rested and whatnot, like, it's harder for me to just be goofy. So, COVID year 3, Omega lol. Do some of that. Did I get that name right? Indeed. Engineers on the spectrum often have that problem. That's the thing, I'm not on the spectrum. It's just me being me. So, but yeah, that. Anyway, next question comes to us from Vincent Grimes on Instagram, who asks, what level are you on RuneScape? I don't play RuneScape. However, I did try RuneScape once. Like, maybe twice. It was once. When I was a teenager. And this is when I was thoroughly, absolutely, unequivocally obsessed with Star Wars Galaxies. One of my friends at the time was equally obsessed with RuneScape, and he convinced me to install the game. Well, it's a browser game, you don't install it. He convinced me to try the game, and I played it for like maybe an hour or two, and I'm like, dude, this game sucks. I'm gonna go back to playing Star Wars Galaxies. And so I realize now as an adult, RuneScape probably doesn't suck. It just wasn't my game. And I know that there's a meme in the RuneScape community in that you never quit RuneScape, you just take really long breaks. So I played RuneScape for maybe an hour or two. And I've been on break since. And I have no clue what level I was. I have no clue what my login information is. So, I don't think it's on the list of the games that were redeemed for me to play. So I'm gonna get to it eventually. Probably. And we'll see how high of a level I get. We'll see how I feel about it then. Let's see. Jen, you'd say most people as they get older have a harder time being goofy, see also you. But Jen, you're the definition of being goofy. You're the Jen. RuneScape ruins friendships. A silver TSA. Lol, nah. Mike. Perfect World Entertainment. They had an MMO a long time ago called Jade Dynasty, which was still up. You spent way too much time and money there. The only game that I can remember playing from Perfect World Entertainment was Perfect World International. And that was another game that I only played for like a few hours. Mainly because you couldn't left click the skills, you had to right click them. And we'll get to why that was hard in a future question. How's it going? Tardret. Good to see you good to see you in stream today. How are you? I am doing most excellent. We are doing an AMA today. Got a bunch of questions I'm trying to go through, and then we'll see if we have time for extras afterwards. Jetty and all that glass cannon's done right. I wouldn't even know. But I have heard the name Jade Dynasty. I don't even know what kind of MMO it was. Played by the Perfect World. Jade Dynasty was... Where was that for you? Yeah. A lot of those MMOs were like super similar, but like different flavors of the same thing. You just had to find your flavor. Next question comes from Sean again. Do you play Helldivers 2? I bet everyone would like for you to stream it. I have played Helldivers 2. It was fun for around 5-10 hours. And then I'm like, it's okay. Like, it's not a bad game. And I don't really plan on playing that much again. Maybe once or twice, but we'll see. So, next question comes from our very own in the YouTube chat. Crush your mic. Dude, Pokemans, do you like them? If you played any of the games, which was your favorite? And of course, who's your favorite top 5 Pokemans? And I am saying Pokemans on purpose because of the memes. My Pokemans, let me show you them. So, I was a Pokemon nerd in my late, childhood and, into like mid-teens. I only really did Gen 1 and 2. Yeah, Pokemans. Pokemans, let me show you. So, I went so hard into Pokemon during the red, blue, and yellow days on the Game Boy that I also got into the trading cards, because of course he did. And I went so hard on it that I collected and still have a full collection of the Gen 1, all 151, including the Mew card that you could only get from theaters during the first Pokemon movie. While it was at theaters, I have that Mew. And I still have all of the cards. They are all in, they're all in sleeves. At least the ones that I have unique copies of. Like, if I had duplicates, like I have those in Ziploc bags, but like every, unique card is in a sleeve. And they are sitting in the top of my closet. And I am probably going to give those to my kids if I ever have kids. And if I don't, I will wait until they are obscenely valuable before I get rid of them. So, of course, I also got into the TV show. And I really started losing interest in the show and just like the franchise as a whole around the tail end of Gen 2. Like, I think I think I may have seen like a bit of Gen 3, maybe. But like, toward the mid to tail end of Gen 2 is when I kind of fell off of Pokemon. As far as the games go, I would probably say that Yellow was my favorite because it had all of the cool stuff of Red and Blue with having a Pikachu following you around, because who didn't want a Pikachu following them around during Gen 1? So, I would probably say Yellow was probably my favorite, followed closely by Pokemon Stadium on the N64. Because that was a lot of fun. Pokemon Stadium. Pokemon Snap was a lot of fun too, but it didn't really come close to Stadium. As far as top 5 Pokemon, I'm trying to remember, off the top of my head. So, probably unpopular opinion here. My top starter and probably top Pokemon is probably Bulbasaur. I don't know, I really vibed with Bulbasaur. Even though I ended up picking Charmander as my starter for a lot of the times because of the meta, but Bulbasaur was my boy. And I will allow no Bulbasaur flack in my presence. But, trying to remember some of the other ones I really enjoyed. I remember having a lot of fun with Machamp during the Game Boy games. Should we have a bonus question in the stream? Just put it in the chat, Jen. It'd be like a dud. The best one. So, I really enjoyed Machamp in the Game Boy games. I also really liked, he was the legendary, the lightning bird legendary. What was his name? It wasn't Volteon. Volteon was the evolution, right? Top 3 funny interactions with muggles. chair use or perceived disability. You mean like people that are not disabled, Jen? Zapdos, yes. Zapdos. I had a lot of fun with Zapdos. Let's see. Gyarados. Gyarados is the bomb because he is the underdog of the century. Coming up as a Magikarp that can literally do nothing but flop around and turning into one of the most monstrous OP Pokemon that you can think of. Like, Gyarados is something. But those people who are awkward or tacky regarding disabilities, seen and unseen, assumed. Actually, Jen, there is a question that is kind of parallel to that, and I will try and remember to throw that in when we get to it. If I forget, please say it again, if you're here. Okay? If you can do that for me, that would be epic. If you're not around, it's okay. But, Gyarados deserves Dragon type for sure. So let's see, one more. Mewtwo, just for... No, you know what? No. Not Mewtwo. I'm gonna say the... What's even his number? Let's call him Pokemon Zero. And I'm talking about the Pokemon that's not actually a Pokemon in Red and Blue. That if you do these like wild series of steps, you get this thing that's just like a broken collection of pixels that like he corrupts your save. Yeah, missing no. Yeah, that one. He corrupts your save, and he's like ridiculous, and does all kinds of weird stuff. And it just makes the game into the Twilight Zone. I'm gonna say missing no as number 5. Because I went through those ridiculous series of steps several times in several saves just because he was so ridiculous. So, okay, so let me get a little bit of coffee and tea before I do the next one. I'm not used to talking this much. Or I should say for this long of a period in a stretch. I gotta pace myself. How's it going, Jack Boy? Good to see you on stream today. You've arrived at the venue. Alright, sir. Enjoy your gig. Let us know how it goes in the Discord tomorrow. Looking forward to hearing about it. You stay awesome, sir. Thank you again for the resub. Thank you again for being a bro and my friend. You stay awesome, alright? Jesus loves you, my dude. Complicating the stream by requiring me to do Valley Girl for the next question. Just to be a chaos gremlin. It's your channel points. Okay. Next question comes from, surprise, surprise, Sean on TikTok, asking, what was your best game you ever played? Okay, chat, can someone here tell me what game I talk about constantly? Anybody for the past 11 years? Paralog Simulator. I should name you all. Salt is a way of life. Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. Ceiling is salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt. And to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt. Constantly! Thought you recognized the fellow poker nerd. About to get some work indeed. So, my favorite game of all time, and I will say it as often as I need to, is Final Fantasy VIII. And that is for several reasons. Final Fantasy VIII was not only my first Final Fantasy, it was also my first RPG and my first JRPG. And it was also the game that I learned how to read on. Because I was a very late reader. Not because I struggled mentally or academically with reading, it's because I hated reading. I didn't like it, I didn't want to do it, and so I refused to do it. And my poor mother went through so much trouble trying to get me to learn how to read. And I just wouldn't do it. And then one day, my best friend at the time, I think I was like 12, maybe 13 years old, freaking muddle someone nurse my ability to learn throughout life. Lol. One day, my best friend at the time, I was like 12 or 13 years old, walked in, and he's like, yo, I rented this. Let's try it. And he puts it in my PS1. We spin it up. And I behold the opening cutscene to Final Fantasy VIII. And I was enamored. Awestruck, dumbfounded by the epicness of what I was beholding. And there was a lot of text in that opening cutscene. And I could hardly read or keep up with any of it. I just knew I wanted to know what was going on. And so I get through the cutscene, and me and my friend are like pogging our brains out for how cool that was. And the doctor comes in and starts talking to Stroll, and none of it's voice acted. Because of course none of it's voice acted. It's on the PlayStation 1. And I'm like, dang, I really can't read that. Like, I can read enough to maybe get by, but I can't really read that. So I was so enamored with Final Fantasy VIII that I played probably the first 2 discs of the game, because the game was on 4 discs. It was so long that they couldn't fit the game on 1 disc. This was back in the PS1 days. And so the entire game had to be contained on 4 discs. And I kept starting the game over at around like the end of disc 2, middle of disc 3. I just kept starting the game over because I was just enjoying myself so much. And I struggled. Whenever you hear the term struggle bus, I was on the struggle bus, trying to read the dialogue of Final Fantasy VIII for months, if not a year, if I had to guess. But you know what? I struggled so much and so long trying to read the dialogue of Final Fantasy VIII because I really wanted to know what was going on, that I learned how to read by playing Final Fantasy VIII again and again and again and again. Which, fun fact, I've only finished the game maybe 4 or 5 times. But I've played it like almost to the end, or at least like 75% of the way through the game. I probably played through that section of the game 30, 40 times. So, then they say video games teach you nothing. Lol, right? The fickle muse descends when and where she chooses, it seems, right? Those old multi-disc games. Blooms are like wizards. Neither late nor early. Blooms bloom precisely when they intend to. The intro to reading included Latin. Lol. It also teaches you to draw. Precisely. So, the opening theme of 8 is in Japanese, Russian, and Latin. Oh yeah, I've got the lyrics in my head now. So, that's 3 languages. Okay. Okay, next question comes from XXSW4YXX on YouTube that asked, what would be one game you could go back and experience for the first time again? So, obvious answer would be Final Fantasy VIII, but I don't think I would want to do that again if I couldn't read again. So, I'm not gonna say Final Fantasy VIII for that. What I'm gonna say is Shadow of the Colossus. If any of you have never played Shadow of the Colossus, I insist, nay, I demand, that you find yourself a PS4, because I'm not sure if it's on PS5 yet, that you find yourself a PS4, and get yourself a HD remaster of Shadow of the Colossus. Because that's actually my number 4 game of all time. That game is so unique in so many ways. Like, it's broken down into only, I think it's like 16 fights. Like, there's only 16 things you fight through the entire game. And each thing that you fight is except for one, is a gargantuan, towering behemoth of a creature, structure, something. And you are just a scrawny little dude with a sword that you think is gonna hurt this thing, a bow, a horse, and a dream to resurrect your dead girlfriend. And you have to find a way to climb these gargantuan behemoths, find their weak points, and take them down one at a time in order to release this being that claims that he will resurrect your dead girlfriend. And I will not say anything more than that, because it is so worth experiencing for yourself. And even besides the fights and how epic they are, the music is phenomenal as well. The world itself is so big and so empty and so quiet that you almost feel like you are being told a story through the silence. And it is something that I've never been able to get the same experience from in another game. So to have the wonder of experiencing Shadow of the Colossus for the first time, again, that would be something. For sure. So, next question comes from Thomas Bruniak 8281 on YouTube, who asks, which game story has moved you the most / made you tear up? Two instances. Both of them Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy VII, the original, back on PS1. Back when the things that happened to Aerith happened to Aerith. If you know, you know. When that happened, I was sobbing. I am man enough to admit that I was sobbing. Like I was ugly crying, could not be consoled. And, what made it even worse was my helper at the time was sitting right by me when it happened. And she's seeing me just like lose all composure and just sobbing my face off. And she and my best friend at the time, same one that had brought Final Fantasy VIII from the rental store, they were both laughing at me and being like, Ross, it's just a game. And I'm like, that just made it hurt worse. And not only did it make it hurt worse, it was incredibly hypocritical because my helper would make me watch these reality shows back in the late 90s, early 2000s of like following a pregnant mom until she has her baby, and all of the like contrived drama that goes around the whole process. And then, you know, they go into the delivery room and, you know, with the mom as she has the baby. And she would be sitting there right beside me, like sobbing just like I was for the thing that happened to Aerith. She's like sobbing because this woman is having a baby and she's yelling, like screaming at the TV. Just like, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. At the mom, like she's some guy yelling at a football coach to make a different call. And she's laughing at me for losing composure over Aerith. So, I was like, you shut up! You don't even know! So, yeah, Aerith. Well, thank you for that new sub on the game, on the creative YouTube channel. Really appreciate it. And, let's see, awesome visuals in that game. Final Fantasy games will punch you in the feels. No judgment, bro. Been there, right? Which one for you, Lemon At the end of 10, when all that happens, yeah. The end of 10. Question. So, yeah, the end of 10 tore me up too. But not like 7 and the, like, 3/4 way of hate. The moment in Final Fantasy VIII when Stroll and Rinoa are trapped in space in the Ragnarok, and they're wondering, like, what are we gonna do now? And Rinoa just wants to feel safe. And so she just, like, floats in Stroll's lap and she's just like, dude, just hold me. And they're having that moment. And then the song Eyes on Me starts playing. That song, combined with that moment, I lost it again. Thankfully, I was by myself for that one. So, I could have my feels in peace. And it's also one of the moments that helped me also realize and learn about myself from Final Fantasy VIII that I am like a massive romantic. Like I legit learned that about myself because of Final Fantasy VIII. And so I told myself now a closet romantic because I've got all of the qualities of a romantic, but no opportunity to express it. You know what I mean? So, and partly because of Final Fantasy VIII. Definitely some of the remakes made it worse. Yeah, especially that whole, like, split timeline thing they're trying to pull. You screamed at your TV when you missed her? Wait, you missed the QuickTime event? Like, in the remake? sure they really did an amazing job. Story with 8, right? That's what makes the soundtrack awesome. The music usually is what sets it off. Quite so.
I'm a firing my laser.
And he's firing his laser. Never begrudge or belittle anyone for having the feels, whatever they are. They're tear ducts for a reason, and sentiment is sacred. Precisely. So, we've gotten through the kind of like set up general questions. Now it's time to dig a bit deeper. So, Sean, again, asks, how can you game with limited mobility? So, this is something I've never actually done. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to show you my hardware, and I'm going to show you my hands. So, first off, let me show you how my hands work. So, pick up the arm like this. So, check this out. This is my hand. This is what I work with. So, let it go. Let it flop. Just let it hold it up. Hold it. There you go. So, see how it's just kind of like floppy boy? Go up, sorry. So, the fingers kind of holding up like this kind of makes me look like a spider. So, my fingers on my right hand, this one, the index finger is kind of like bent outward, whereas the others are kind of bent in. So I can really just kind of like poke things on the keyboard. Okay, to put it down. And the left hand, I'm not going to hold that one up. It's kind of the same way, except the remaining fingers are kind of, they're a little bit further out, but they have a little bit more mobility, I guess. At least the thumb does on my left hand. So, what I use for a mouse is I'm actually using 2 different mice. So I've shown this on stream before. Hold it right up to the camera. The camera.
Oh, it's the camera.
So, there you go. So, this is the mouse that I use in my hand. So what you're looking at is, so the top thing on the top, that's the left click. And so the front, so the big dot right there is a like little inverted joystick. And what it does is I stick the kind of like joint of my thumb in the middle of that little joystick. Right there. And depending on which direction I apply pressure is where the mouse goes. And then that little purple button right there, that's probably blue on the screen, that's the right click, which I can't really use that because my thumb can't reach all the way down there while holding the mouse. Which is why...
And it's tiny.
Yeah, which is why you see we use like voice commands for like right click and things like that. And so the problem with that mouse, they don't make them anymore, is they are built like a tank, but the left clicks go out on them all the time. So that I can still move the mouse with that, but I can't click anymore. So I was trying to figure out how to still use the motion thing on the mouse while clicking with something else. And while I was trying to find an alternate mouse in general, I found this. What this is a little, it's designed to be a little finger mouse that you strap it to your index finger and it's got a little infrared thing on the end of it, which I taped up right there. And you're supposed to like set it down on a surface so that you can then move the mouse around on a surface and then use the little things on the side to click, like flip it around. So like, see the little clicks in the mouse wheel right there? So that's what you use to click. So I was like, okay, it doesn't work as a mouse in my hand. But then I had the bright idea of, what if I strap that to my toe? So what I do is I take off the sock on my left foot and I strap that to my toe. Just like that. And I stick the big toe of my right foot right on the click, right there. And so what I have to do is just like nudge my feet together in order to click. And that's how I do the mouse. Now the keyboard is a bit of a trick. You can pick up the keyboard. So what this is a further back. This is a Datalux Space Saber. It's a very, very old style keyboard. I pull it further back. Okay, it's fine. So move it to the window. So what you got here is it's a really small keyboard. It's about half the width of a normal keyboard. And let's turn it sideways. And you can see it's on an incline. And so what this allows me to do is I can easily reach the keys on like the right side of the keyboard. So like from the H key to the right. And I can reach those keys fairly well. And those are the keys that I use to game with. Like I try and rebind everything to those keys. And then what we also did is one of my previous nurses built a little mount, which is the black thing that you're seeing right there, in order to mount a Stream Deck Mini onto one of the gaps of the keyboard so that I can reach the keyboard, like reach the Stream Deck with my right hand. Wait, tilt it back. Yeah. So I can reach the Stream Deck with my right hand, which I can then use to like rebind keys that I can't reach on the left side to do things like increase my mouse sensitivity, to press random keys that I can't rebind in a game, or Alt-Tab, and things like that. Okay. And so that's the hardware setup. Now, as far as the software setup goes, I want to switch scenes so I can show you this. As far as the software setup goes, what you got is I have a on-screen keyboard. This is not the default on-screen keyboard. This is an on-screen keyboard called SoftType. SOF type, like TYPE. And what I do whenever I'm typing is I will use the physical keyboard to type on the right side of the keyboard, and I'll use the mouse in parallel to, mouse over and click the things on the left side of the keyboard in order to type. And so that allows me to type roughly 22 words a minute, which I know isn't like amazing, but it's not that bad. So, in addition, I've also got some voice activated stuff. So this is a voice attack. And this is what is producing a lot of the sassy computer stuff that you hear. So, for example, I'm dead.
Get good, scrub.
That comes directly from voice attack. And so, what I can do with voice attack is I've done things like, this is how I do the computer clip that thing. Or this is how I say, computer, I'm dead. Like this, what it does is it takes in certain voice commands, and then I can have it do certain keystrokes. Even though, if you didn't know, there is actually a F13 through F24 key on the keyboard that is not on hardware keyboards, but it's in the ASCII key list, so you can actually reference it and use it in certain scenarios. So like for here, for like when I say I'm dead, or if I die from gravity, I actually press the F13 and 14 keys, which then goes to my bot that I built myself. And then that does all of the overlay stuff. Like for example, computer again. Oh wait, I don't think I have that set up. So yeah, the stuff that shows which attempt that I'm on for a game. Like during a Souls run or something. Let's see, did I forget anything? Oh yeah, so also I have auto hotkey scripts running. So I've got a folder with all kinds of, let's see, oh, how many windows did I open? So with a bunch of auto hotkey strips. So whenever there is a game that I simply cannot rebind something, what I'll do is I will create a auto hotkey script that will force the keys to then be assigned to something else. So like in Return to the Obra Dinn, for example, I could not rebind any of the keys. So what I did is I made a auto hotkey script that would say whenever I press the H key, it will then send the W key. When I then press the N key, it'll press the S key, so on and so forth. So I can then use my usual keybinds on things that you can't rebind. So some of the benefits of kind of understanding software, and software development is I can do stuff like this, but it's not that hard to do, which I probably should do some tutorials to help people do stuff like this. And that is how I game with my particular limitations. So, let me get some coffee and tea. If y'all have any, correlating questions around that, feel free. while I get some of this. So, so, amazing setup, props to being able to play so well with all the tech. Very impressive. You just learn the behind the scenes. I mean, it's kind of what we're here for. And plus, like, Lord willing, I will not have to come up with any new tech for a long time. Because, like, most of the things that I showed you aren't made anymore. So once that hardware goes out, I'm up the creek. So, that is going to be a very bad day. So, next question comes from Great Ape Zero on Instagram, who asks, what type of games do you find the hardest to play because of your disability, if any? Aside from gaming, what else do you have interest in? So, for the first question, what games do I have the hardest time playing because of my condition? Probably anything like top-down isometric. So things like real-time strategy games, or like MOBAs, so League of Legends, Dota, stuff like that, is really hard on my hands because, for one, you've got to move like really fast if you're gonna perform at a reasonable level to do those things. And you've gotta be able to click ridiculously fast. And in various places on the screen in order to, be viable and actually be helpful to your teammates, especially in a MOBA. And so even though I like the concepts behind like League of Legends and stuff, I can't play it well enough. Like, I can play it, I can be okay, but I can't play it well enough to justify dealing with the toxicity of that community, and so I just stay away from it. Other than that, like, I can mostly adapt my way around most other genres of games. So I guess the other type that would, I guess, give me a decent amount of trouble would be fast-paced shooters. So things like PUBG aren't that bad, because PUBG, you can really, like, unless you're in, like, the top 10 and people can see you and you gotta, like, hurry up and react, you can generally take more time to do things in something like PUBG and be meticulous. And so, like, I can play that, which is why I played it almost every week with Doc on his X stream. And, but, like, Call of Duty is where my hands start to struggle, because it's so fast and it doesn't let up that my hands start to get tired after a bit. And so once my hands start getting tired, it's harder to move and do things with the same precision and speed that you need to be able to use for long periods of time. Which is similar to, like, really hard fights in Souls games. So, like, if there's a really technical fight in a Souls game, particularly, I'm thinking about, like, Malekith in Elden Ring, or Radagon. Those fights require a lot of, like, precise movement fairly quickly in order to do the dodges, you know, well enough to get a counter. And so if I have to keep trying those fights, like, over and over and over and over and over again, my hands get really tired. And so it all really boils down to, like, the speed of what I have to do. So, like, if I have to do things really fast for a decent amount of time, like, my hands become mush. But if I can, like, pace myself, I can adapt around pretty much anything. So as far as, like, other than gaming, what else do I have interest in? So, streaming, obviously. Otherwise I wouldn't be here for the past almost 11 years. I also am a writer, and I've written 2.5 novels, neither of which have been published, and I am presently writing a memoir about my life and about the things that God has done in and through my life. And that is gonna take me some time. I also enjoy software development, because I'm a software engineer. And so I do enjoy the process and almost like the puzzle solving behind making software. And I've built everything you see on the stream Like as far as like the banner below my camera and putting the questions up on the screen and having the chat on the top left of the screen, I built all that from scratch. And so I like to make unique things like that. I say from scratch, besides while using other packages that, like connect to Twitch chat and the YouTube API, stuff like that. As much from scratch as you can reasonably say. So I hope that answers your question. And the next question comes from, surprise, surprise, Sean, who says, what's special about your name, Silverstar? Spoiler alert, not much. So, a bit of lore for my name. Back when I was a wee lad, and I was just getting my first computer that could actually play things online. I think I was like 13 years old when I got my first computer that could do anything. At least online. I was like, what should my name be? I don't know. So I looked up a list of fantasy names, and I just found like a giant list of fantasy names. And in the list, I stumbled upon the name Silver Saber, like lightsaber, except saber was spelled S-A-B-R-E, so like the British European kind of style. So my original name was Silver Saber, and that lasted for probably a few weeks, maybe. And I'm like, I don't like it. This doesn't feel me. Like, and it's hard to say. Like somebody's like, oh, what's your name online? Silver Saber. Oh, and then they're gonna put the ER. And, me being a stickler for precision even at 13. It's like, we can't have this. So I was like, what sounds cool that's similar to this? Because I like the vibe behind it. I just don't like the words. And it occurred to me, just like, Silver Star sounds cool. So I changed my name to Silver Star. Mind you, I was playing Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast at the time, which was my very first game that I played online. So I changed my name to Silver Star. And that's all she wrote. And that name has stuck with me to the point that, like, people understand, like, I am associated with that name. Like, when people say that name, they think of me. And I realize that there's a lot of other people that use the name Silver Star. But, like, that name, to me, has become as much my name and as much part of my identity as my real name, Ross. And so, like, if you just walked up to me in public and was like, yo, Silver, I would respond just as naturally as if you would walk up and be like, yo, Ross. because, like, that's just me now. And, as far as how we got to Sir Silverstar, whenever I started streaming on Twitch, or whenever I made my Twitch account, the name Silverstar was taken, much to my chagrin. And so I made the account Silverstar07. So whenever I first started streaming, probably for the first, Jan, if you're still here, you probably remember, like, the first 4 or 5 years, my name on Twitch was Silverstar07. And this was before you could even change your name on Twitch. And I always hated the numbers. I hated it. I hated it. I hated it. And so whenever I found out that you could change your name when that was added in, I was like, okay, what can we change it to get rid of the numbers? And by this point, I had already very much, like, established the I'm going to be as respectful as a gentleman as I can possibly be to my chat. And so I was like, I wonder if Sir Silverstar is available, because it keeps the alliteration thing going, and I kind of enjoy alliteration. So I checked it, it was available, I snatched it up, and here we are. And some of the older timers in the community, Jen and Cobb and others that pop in and out, will still remind and somewhat haunt me about the 07 days. Or as I say, the 07 days. Which, fun fact for you, my character in Destiny 2 is the like robot dude race. And there was a face marking that you could put on that species that said 07. So I slapped 07 on the forehead of my Destiny 2 character in order to, like, pay some homage to the 07 days. Right, we don't talk about 00 and 0306. You don't want to know what happened to them. So, actually, JJ asks a very good question, and I will throw it on the screen. We will do it now. JJ asks, do I have a partner? If so, how do we meet? If not, what is my craziest story in the dating scene? You hear my helper laughing in the background because I literally just told this story on Wednesday. And it's okay, I will tell it again, because it's worth it. And how you doing, JJ? Good to see you in stream today. So, to answer your first question, no. I do not have a girlfriend or a wife. I I would very much like to have to meet my future wife. But, as a disabled dude, it is very difficult to meet women that will accept someone like me, condition and all. It's very difficult for people to see past the condition to begin with. But it's even more difficult for women to see me as a viable option in the dating scene. And I don't say that as like a woe is me kind of thing. I say it as this is just a fact of life as a disabled man. And I would be very surprised if many other disabled men would not say the same thing. Or at least something similar. So, the last girlfriend that I had was when I was like 13 years old. And I'm 37 now. 13, 14 years old. And that was the time. Because it's like, how can I go about this? She was the first one that I could really say, like, I love this girl. You know, like, I know, like, 13 years old, you don't know what love is, and, you know, that's true. But it's like, she's the first one that I think I could genuinely say that for. And we dated for probably about a year, maybe 2. And her parents very much did not like the fact that she was dating a disabled guy. And the bit of ironic thing here is that her mom was my nurse at the time. She knew me very well. And she knew who I was. She knew what I was about. And I also spent a great deal of time around her dad. And they liked me, you know, just fine. But they didn't like the fact that their daughter was dating a disabled guy. And what ended up happening is over time, they started, her parents started really thinking that she would fit well with my best friend. The same one that, you know, rented Final Fantasy VIII, brought over, like, we were tight. And so what they would do is while me and him would be hanging out at her house, because we all lived, you know, pretty much same street. Her parents would find ways to, like, kick me out, but leave him there. And they were trying to, like, have her spend time with him instead of me. And it was a mess. And eventually it worked. And she started being interested in him and was pulling away from me. And she eventually broke up with me and tried pursuing my best friend. He was a bro about it. And he's like, nah, dude. Like, he told me, like, he's like, I'm not doing that. Like, he was a bro about it. I actually think that he was, in fact, interested in her sister. But that's speculation. But still, he was like, nah, bro, not gonna do that. And, so, what that ended up creating was a situation where my girlfriend, now my ex, started, like, just going after every guy. Like, I think she started dating, like, 6, 7 different guys, not at the same time, but just, like, back to back to back to back. And in between each one, she would come back to me. And I was young and dumb enough to take her back each time. Because, like I said, like, I love this girl. And I think we can all agree love makes you do some pretty stupid stuff. And so I was the backup guy. And it took me 6 or 7 times of her doing this for me to figure it out. And at that point, whenever she tried coming back again, I was just angry. And of course I didn't take her back. Yeah, the safe rebound option, exactly. And so I didn't take her back. And that was that. I would still say that we're still friends. I've not seen her in probably 20 years. But I'm sure if I'd messaged her on Facebook, because I still have her on Facebook, I'm sure if I messaged her, like, it would be a great conversation. But, yeah, she's married now, multiple kids, and I'm happy for her. But, yeah, that was that. But I did say I told a story on Wednesday. Quick recap. A week or 2 ago, I found this girl on Facebook dating that I'm like, oh snap, this girl is really my type. So I tried messaging her, and for some reason, the dating app absolutely unequivocally refused to let me message this girl. And so I got curious. I was like, what if I just Google her first name, her age, and her location, which was all public on the profile. It's like, I wonder if I can find her Facebook or maybe her Instagram or, something so I can at least try and talk to her, introduce myself and maybe talk to her. I found things, which was scarily easy, and so I messaged her very respectfully, like, hey, I know that this is kind of weird to just message out of the blue, but I found you on Facebook Dating. The system absolutely refused to let me message, so I just wanted to try here and let the Lord and you decide what happens. And then I just sent the message, with what I was originally trying to send her on the dating app. And long story short, she blocked me. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure she didn't even read the message. And she also blocked me on TikTok. So, there's that too. Again, probably didn't read the message. And I can't be too upset because I probably spooked her. I probably could have handled that better, even though my intentions were very pure. I just wanted to try and, meet her, talk to her. Not meet in person, just make her acquaintance online, try and talk to her. So, me in dating, as much as I would like to find my future wife, it's probably not gonna happen anytime soon if things keep going the way that they are. But the Lord is in control. My trust is in Him, and He knows what's up. But thank you for the question, JJ. I hope that answers it. I really appreciate it. So, been listening about driving, Mike? It's rough. Yeah, like I said, it happens. Okay, let me get a little bit more of my coffee and tea real quick. In the meantime, tell me what y'all are gonna be getting up to this weekend. While I get some chug-a-lug-a-dub-dub. Party all weekend. Tomorrow, I'm hoping to go to some soundboard training at church. If I can make it. Not sure after that. Shit. So what kind of partying you doing, Limit Breaker? So. Anyway. Let's see. Nursing sore arm on this. You don't know the heck you did with road selection wrong totally. Continue adventures in diabetes friendly cooking. Reference has been diagnosed. Oof. So that's gonna be a adjustment for you, Jen. You found any cool stuff to cook that's at least any good? Indeed, I do hope the arm gets better as well. That's what you gotta try, right? Yeah, how's it going? Alex, I am doing excellent. But dude, just, living the life doing the AMA. And, yeah, hopefully we're gonna get through all these questions. We're gonna have to pick up the pace, because we're only at question 14 out of 39. And I've only got, like, an hour and 45-ish minutes. And we've got some deep stuff to discuss. Video games all weekend? What you playing? Getting down on Friday, Cobb? Well, does that mean that you're looking forward to the weekend? The weekend? Okay, next question. Alright, hold on. We're already eating pretty healthy. Being more militant about skipping the Mickey D's and paying more attention to carbs. I already love salads, sugar-free stuff, so doing surprisingly okay. Probably getting the unhealthy direction as well, so this benefits you too. Getting old is dumb. Factual and based. Partying, yeah! Alright, Jet. Next question comes from Everyday Kitten on YouTube, who, if you're familiar from Twitch, is Kitten Pop. I don't even know if she still streams, but she posted in the YouTube video. What was it that piqued your interest in the sci-fi world, and what fandom of this world is your favorite? So, like, I'd probably say most of us, I was introduced to sci-fi through Star Wars. Because Star Wars. And just like Final Fantasy VIII, absolutely, unequivocally enamored. And so, like what continued to pique my interest as I started watching more and more different types of sci-fi is that sci-fi is the only genre, and you really start to pick this up when you start writing it, that attempts to predict where humanity, culture, society, and everything else in between is going to be based off of, what the author observes at the time. And that's really intriguing for me, because it really also gives you a deep insight into the author's worldview. Because if you notice, a lot of these sci-fis that you see, even back in the 80s, they're very pessimistic about the future. They're thinking that humanity is going to keep degrading socially, morally, economically, to the point where we create a lot of the dystopias that we see in sci-fi. And that's kind of intriguing to me, to try and see these predictions of what humanity could be. And then, of course, you've got Gene Roddenberry with the utterly optimistic view of the future in Star Trek, which is quite refreshing, if you ask me. And so I like the whole trying to predict the future kind of aspect of it. And I also like how it tries, and in some cases does, predict technology. Like Star Trek, for example, was the major inspiration behind smartphones and tablets, because they were just walking around with these tablets that they had the information of all humanity and the entire Federation in the palm of their hand. And what's a tablet? We have some knowledge of all mankind in our hand. And so that's very interesting, to me from a sci-fi standpoint. And then, just the cool, weird things that you can come up with technology. It doesn't even have to try and predict anything. It's this is cool and fun because it's cool and fun. And that's something that other genres kind of can't do to the same extent as sci-fi. Fantasy can do it in its own way, but magic is just kind of a contrived thing. Oh, why does this work? Magic. Whereas sci-fi, you at least have to try and come up with some kind of techno mumbo jumbo to make it work. What fandom of sci-fi is my favorite? I would probably have to stick with Star Wars there, with Star Trek being right behind it. If Star Wars and Star Trek were dogs, Star Trek would be sniffing Star Wars' butt. They're that close. And so I say Star Wars just because I grew up on it and I know so much about it. And I'm very passionate about it. Yes, Jen, I have a way with words. You got the point, though. So, this kind of leads into the next question, brought to us by Ben29 on Instagram, who asks, favorite Star Wars media? That is so ridiculously hard to answer. So, what I'll do is I'll save my favorites from each category. So for the TV shows, I would say it's a toss-up between the Clone Wars and the Mandalorian. Probably the Clone Wars. Because even though it starts off very, like, this is a kid's show, like, by the end, like, it is very lore saturated. It's for the adults by that point. For the movies, I'll break this up into each trilogy. So for the original trilogy, The Empire Strikes Back, because it's one of the best movies of all time. For the prequels, I would say Revenge of the Sith. Just because, like, the way that everything comes to a head is it's so chef's kiss. For the sequels, I would say The Force Awakens, because we can say whatever we want about the sequels, and I'm not gonna entirely disagree with you, but I will still say I enjoyed The Force Awakens because it allowed for enough, like, potential for things to go somewhere that I liked it for the potential. The following movies didn't act on that potential, but I really liked the setup of where the sequels could have gone in The Force Awakens. As far as the games go, if we're talking about story-driven games, it's very clearly Knights of the Old Republic. Purely for the whole twist with Revan. That twist, Knights of the Old Republic is my number 2 game, by the way, of all time. That whole twist with Revan was so unexpected for me that I legit felt like when it happened, everything changed, and I had like a monkey with a wrench jumping on my back and just like wailing on me with a wrench. Like, it was just that big of a revelation for me. And an experience that I don't think I've ever had again in a game. Because nothing has caught me that off guard again. And as far as like action games, hands down, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. Because it is, by and far, hands down, fight me, the best lightsaber combat I would say melee combat system of any game that I've ever played, and I've yet to see anything that's tactic fight me. So, I think that covers that. Next question comes from Dylan. Or did I say else for? Dylan. Who is in fact the Dylan that I'm talking to when I'm like, yo, coffee and tea, because that's my helper. He's not here right now. He's elsewhere. But this is my helper, Dylan. And he asks, why does Star Wars work? For those of you that don't know, I have a series on my gaming channel where I do psychological marketing and game design analyses to determine why certain games work. Not so much how they work, but like, why are they popular? Why do they draw people the way that they do? Why do they work for the people that enjoy them? So yes, why does Star Wars work? So I could do probably a 30-minute expose on this. But TLDR, as best I can, Star Wars works because at least the original trilogy is the classic telling of the hero's journey. So, hero is presented with a problem. Hero doesn't see the potential in themselves to be the hero and rejects the offer to become a hero. Something happens that is out of the hero's control that then pushes the hero into the path that he originally rejected, whether it be for revenge, for duty, for, sense of purpose and obligation, what have you. Then discovers that he has potential to do the thing that people said he could do. People come along, foster that potential, he realizes it, and then becomes the hero that was claimed. And that is Luke in a nutshell. And I think that a lot of us want to be in that position. Like, we want to be the hero, but we don't always get the opportunity to be invited. And then if we have, we've probably rejected. And because we think that we're inadequate. And so we recognize that inadequacy and we're rooting for him to realize his potential and also set things right. And also just like the world as a whole, like the universe as a whole, is so compelling that it's very easy to want to live and exist in that world. Which is partly why, like, the Avatar movies worked. So, like, the ones with the big blue people. Like, people were obsessed with it because they wanted to live in that world. And so on top of the hero's journey thing, what makes it even more compelling is whenever the prequels come along, it sort of changes the dynamic of this being about the hero's journey of Luke, and instead flips the script to make Vader the main character. And it not only makes Vader the main character through all 6 movies, it is about the tragedy of Darth Vader leading to his redemption. And so you have a hero's journey of Anakin, who then has an immense, seemingly irredeemable fall that then creates the impetus for Luke's hero's journey that then leads to Vader's redemption journey. And so you have all of these things that connect with people on a very real, emotional, personal level, whether we realize it or not, stuffed in a universe that we want to exist in, and lore that we really want to get more of. And that's why it works. That's why we keep doing the things that we do. And then, like, taking all of this stuff in with Star Wars because of all that. So I don't know, chat. Do y'all think I should do like a full video essay on this, or is that sufficient, you think? Okay, let me get some coffee and tea before I do the next one. Great idea on stream, record. Definitely do more of these. Nice chill here. Some stories get read. It's nice to be here and hang out. Chat. Have to rewind and get you in. Alright, thank you for hanging out, Lemon Breaker. You stay awesome, sir. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Jesus loves you, my dude. How's it going, Infinity Photon? Tuning in from the hospital. Oh no, are you okay? What's up? Totaled your car? Goodness, like, you're okay? But nothing serious, huh? Alright, let's try to struggle. Yeah. Get a telephone pole. But it was try you clipped, got out and helped you. Sat with you and prayed with you. Nice. Good thing she was there. Praise the Lord for that. Indeed, I hope that you're still in contact with her. Okay, chat. Let's continue. We have a lot to go, and we're running out of time. Next question comes from, you would have guessed it, Sean, who asks, have you ever gone to college? If so, what did you major in? Fun fact of Sean asking this question, he was at my college graduation. So, I went to Arizona State's online program for software engineering. It was a 4-year program, and I graduated in 2019 with a barely skin of my teeth 4.0. Like it was down to the last assignment to determine if I would have a 4.0. And I got a 4.0 from one of the top engineering schools in the country. And I flew out to Arizona to graduate in person. And Sean actually flew out separately to come and check out the graduation with me, and he was there in person when I graduated, which was a very meaningful, special, and bro move thing to do. Which, fun fact, I was in Sean's wedding. So, let's see, he was blessed to walk away. The abrasion chest pains. I'm doing great though. Trinity Photon. I'm really glad that you're okay as well. Praise the Lord, that could have been much worse. So, next question comes from, again, Sean, who asks, are you a mad scientist and possibly creating a suit to make you fly? So, I am actually, oh boy. I need to hold on, I need to do some setup for this, hold on. I need to make sure, okay, he's there, he's right there, good. I am actually going to let Sir Sassafras answer this one. Give me a second. I should have probably typed this out beforehand. So I'm telling my bot, my friend Sean asked the following question, and it's on the screen. I'm saying, what do you think?
Oh, how cute. Your friend Sean thinks you're some sort of superhero. But let's be real here, Silver. The only thing you're really cooking up is a stream schedule and maybe the world's worst pizza toppings. A flying suit? Come on. You can barely keep your socks matched, let alone design a suit that defies gravity. But keep dreaming, buddy. Maybe you'll invent the world's first flying taco, and then we'll really be in business.
You heard him. No respect. Try to save your life. It's hard to walk away from it. That went about as well as you forget about it? Yep. Yep. Okay, so the tone of the questions is about to start changing. We're gonna dig a little deeper now. So the next question comes from Sunshine Faith on Discord, who asks, what are your days like? What sort of schedule and activities do you do? So, the common kind of misconception for folks like myself is that we have this, like, obscenely different, weird daily schedule, and some people do. But when it's all said and done, my daily routine isn't that much different from a normal person's, or a normie's, if you prefer. So, generally speaking, in the mornings, I get up around 6:30 in the morning, and I use the bathroom. Pretty standard, right? So, after I do that, I get back in bed, and I have to do a breathing treatment, aerosol breathing treatment, which results an aerosol breathing treatment with this vest that I have to wear that, like, shakes the living daylights out of me for 20 minutes. So the vest is there to, like, shake the stuff out of my lungs, and the treatment is there to open up my lungs so I can get the stuff out. And after that, I get in my chair, I park at my computer, I eat my breakfast, and I derp around. You know, while I'm eating breakfast, I'll just browse YouTube, Twitch, you know, the normal stuff. Take care of any routine stuff that needs to happen, like catching up on Discord, comments, stuff like that. After breakfast, I'll get to work on whatever project it is that day, whether it be something software, or something relating to the stream, or writing my book, or just whatever is the task for that day. And around 12 o'clock, I will get out of my chair, use the bathroom, and take my shower, because that's when my bladder is usually starting to fight me. And so I have to plan essentially everything around when I use the bathroom. And then take my shower, get back to my chair, eat lunch between 1:30, 2 o'clock. Usually done eating around 3:30. That's one of the things with my condition, like I eat very slow. After that, if it's a stream day, I'm usually getting ready to stream. If it's not a stream day, I will just get back to whatever project I was working on in the morning. Or I'll listen to a book, catch up on some like Final Fantasy XIV grinding, or maybe some Dark Souls grinding if I'm doing a challenge run. You know, just like maintenance things while I listen to a book or just derp around on Twitch or Discord or YouTube. And then round about 8 o'clock, I start doing the medical routine again. So I get out my chair, use the bathroom again, and then I do that same treatment that I did in the morning, and get situated, go to sleep, and then at around 4:30 in the morning, I will take some prune juice, warrior's drink, in my feeding tube, which I need in order to help me poop, which then starts the process all over again. And so, you noticed, I'm sure, the way that I phrased things, like I did this, I did that, so on and so forth. And I did these things through the proxy of someone else. So I need either my mom or my helper to like get me to the toilet, or to put me back in bed, or put me in the chair, or help me eat, you know, whatever, or take my shower, you know, whatever the physical activity is. But it's still me doing things. I'm just doing it through the proxy of someone else, if that makes sense. So besides like the treatments and stuff, like my day is pretty standard by comparison to maybe yours. It's just that I do these things through the proxy of someone else. So I hope that that makes sense and answers the question. Which kind of leads in to the next question from PBG the Derp on Discord, who asks, what are the hardest challenges due to your physical condition? So, probably the hardest challenge of living my life the way that I have to do it is properly communicating my needs to my helpers or my mom in such a way that they will both understand and also be able to get me what I need. Because most of my life is revolving around communicating my need to someone else, and then hoping that I have communicated that need well enough in a way that they not only can do it, but they also don't feel like maybe taken advantage of, or like I'm pushing them to do too much, or that I'm not being appreciative, so on and so forth. So, like, there's definitely a balance there of, like, communicating my needs so that I can get them, and also not presenting myself in a way that I'm, like, so needy that my helpers become frustrated. And you would think that that shouldn't be a thing, but it is. Because it's an interpersonal relationship. And any interpersonal relationship, there's a give and take. And I have to learn my helpers just as much as they have to learn me. And even when I can't get what I need because I can't either appropriately communicate it, or because they're becoming frustrated in some way. Like, there's some days where I just genuinely want to bite their head off.
Feelings are mutual, dear.
My helper just said the feeling is mutual. But it's that building the relationship, I guess you could say, that makes it work. But it's also a huge part of the difficulty, because there's so many personalities that I have to be able to get along with. And some of them are much more difficult than others. So, I would say that that's probably the chief challenge. Probably not what you expected, right? Let me know in the comments. So, GB, use that are loud and appreciated and highly valuable. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. How you doing, Zach? And I hope things are going well with the doctor in Finleyville 10. Okay. Next question comes from a Barrett 50 Cow on Instagram, who says, I got a good one. How are you doing? I mean, I'm good. You good? You good, bro? That didn't work the way that I wanted it to. Let's try that again. Hold on. Do over. I want to do over for that for for maybe a video. So the next question comes from a Barrett 50 cal who says, I got a good one. How are you doing? Now I gotta do it again because of my helper. See, biting heads off. We're doing it live. I got her crying. It's over here. Okay.
Get good, scrub.
Shut up, computer. A Barrett 50 cal asks, I got a good one. How are you doing? I mean, I don't know, bro. I'm good. You good? She's legit over here wiping her eyes with her sleeves. And thank you for the clip job. Okay, let me get some coffee and tea. Tonight's your own night, right? Tonight's your own night? No? Okay. Okay, Jed. I'm gonna need to take my evening break here. I thought that I had all-night assistance, but I do not. So, I'm gonna need to take a few minutes, chug my coffee and tea, and take care of some medical stuff. So, give me like 10-ish minutes, and I will hurry up and do that. In the meantime, I'll run some ads on Twitch, because I can't run ads on this YouTube channel, so folks don't get a pre-roll. I'll be back. So, I'll see you when I return. Jesus loves you. I love you. Repent and believe in the gospel. See you in a bit. 15 minutes max, but I'm aiming for 10. Here we go. Alexa, stop. Vote to make this permanent. Element of some get good. But dude.
Get good, scrub. Gravity wins. Fatality.
Ha ha! Ha! Okay, I feel like I should unequip something. I am doing awesome. I actually got to. Oh no. Listen, Turok just needed to introduce himself again.
I am Turok.
Okay. Okay. He just needed to introduce himself. It's fine. We're gonna take him out. More like we're gonna get took out. Okay.
Get good, scrub.
I just did. I just killed somebody and it was glorious. Junior, you actually changed your name to Avoider Plus? Is this real life? And onwards again. Man, Rocky Road. Okay. I would go similar to Anger and go mint chocolate chip. Cookies and cream. Ideally with French vanilla. Ooh. Ooh. Oh yeah, I saw this in Lilvert.
That's what happened to me. I got shot from behind.
Mm-hmm.
There's Elthorn. He's booking it.
I think we may have just memified Eldon a little bit.
Me and you getting these big firefights. I was like, where's he at? He's.
We just need the.
What? To be fair, what?
Bobby says Eldon is the pacifist.
I should stay away from water.
Yeah, your death was kind of weird there, Eldon. You just like floated and then you just dropped to the bottom.
I was reaching for my go underwater key and I hit go right key.
Thanks, dude. Can you actually grab all of them for me? James! Grab all of them! James, I'm serious!
Brisk Watermelon Lemonade is available only at 7-Eleven for a limited time this
James, grab all of them! James, don't tell me anything. Okay. So.
Get good, scrub.
Thank you, computer. Anyway. That's it for us today. I am hungry and I don't really have the stamina for PUBG. But either way, shut up, computer! Either way, till we meet again, y'all stay epic, and y'all have an awesome night. Peace! All day, son. All day.
Get good, scrub.
Son! The best situation. Think about it. We don't even have to do the fighting. Or do we? Yeah, we do. We kinda do. Except whenever the Beatos is helping. Okay. His helmet. I should ban you all. So, Static is trying the Outer Force tomorrow. Oof. Great. What? Did I say Heart of Thorns? I thought I said Heaven on High. Okay, I'm on the boat. Get on
Yeah,
there.
that's no way. That's just.
Yeah.
Bye, Zoe. Bye. Help me!
Me.
The cutscene's just like, help me!
Help, please. And she died. We left her behind. Wow. Wow, we are such douche nuggets. So, we will probably just end up calling it for the day here. But I think if you really got a lot done, I hope y'all had fun. Y'all had a smart little spot. Even if it was with the painfully cringy, Humanity, what are you doing? Humanity, stay. If Jay eats soft foods, is it considered cannibalism? That. Please miss. You didn't miss. You so didn't miss. We do have softs, right? I seem to remember buying softs. There we go. Okay. That was stupid. Alexa, set a timer for 2 minutes.
2 minutes, starting now.
Ding! Dun, 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 dun. Ding! Dun, 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 ding! Dun. Mine was Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. Fantastic game, by the way. That and its sequel, Jedi Academy, is the best, hands down, lightsaber combat you're ever going to get in a Star Wars game. Ever. Okay? That is my wholehearted endorsement. Thanks, Squeenix. You just made my life easier. Oh, you piece of crap. You... I must have not hit apply. If anyone tries to hurt or insult Vivi, we burn down their whole town. Whoever is responsible. And I stand by that statement. I mean, I sit by that statement. Now, was that 10 minutes? Or was that 11? I think it was 11. I'm a failure, a fraud, and a charlatan. But I returned. Mike, doing okay, sir? Thank you for holding, Cobb. So don't, yeah, 45 more minutes. Indeed. Yes, right, man. I am doing excellent. We are doing the AMA today. Did I complete Oblivion Remastered yet? We finished the main story. And we did Castle Battlehorn on Wednesday. On Monday, we're gonna start the DLCs. That's the plan. How's it going, Churchman? Okay. It's becoming increasingly clear we're gonna have to do a round 2 of this. There's no way I'm getting through all the questions today. So, let's just do what we can, and then I'll get to it during another stream. Sound good? So, next question comes from Platinum Azure, who is a personal friend of mine that I have met through Twitch, and who actually came down to Louisiana twice to hang out with me. He was actually here a month or two ago. So, Azure asks, what was the... Also, if any of you are not following Azure, like I said, good personal friend, also excellent streamer, do me a solid, go and follow Azure. Do it. You will not regret a minute of your time. So, names on the screen. Do the thing. So, Platinum Azure on Twitch asks, what was the hardest lesson you've had to learn? So, going through the questions and trying to organize them, I kept looking at this question, and I'm still having a hard time coming up with an answer to this question. And I think it kind of goes back to what I was saying before about communicating with my helpers. Like, that is a massively difficult lesson that I had to learn, that I really did need to put in the effort for a relationship with each of them, and learning how to be able to engage in a way that was both meaningful on a personal level and also provided me with what I needed to live my life. But I don't know if I would say that's the hardest lesson that I've had to learn. Maybe one of the hardest things that I've had to learn is that, like, how do I even put this? It's like there's certain points in life where no, that's not it. Like, I've got it's a vague something in my head, like it's there, it's somewhere in there. But definitely one of the hardest lessons I've had to learn is that in order to be heard, and not just like heard when I'm speaking, but I mean like heard, is in order to be heard, I really have to exert myself. Like, I have to be assertive. And I mean, like, as best as I can, like, actually put myself in people's faces and be like, yo, I got a thing that needs to be expressed, or that needs to be heard. And I'm not gonna leave you alone until you hear me. And I say that because the common presumption when people look at someone like me is that, like, this guy doesn't have anything to offer. This guy doesn't really have anything meaningful to say. This guy can't provide any benefit to the situation or the conversation. This guy can't fix this problem. And then whenever I try to present ideas, comments, questions, potential solutions to problems, there's a lot of people that will look at me and be like, that's cute. Because, you know, just how I look. They just assume that because I have my condition and I have all these limitations, that I am also limited in the things that I can offer. And that is becoming much, much better as I get older, and much less prevalent, but it's still there. It's still a societal preconception that I have to deal with. And it was very, it still kind of is, difficult for me to just be like, I have something to say, I have a solution to offer, I have benefit to add, and I'm not going anywhere until you hear it. And if once you hear it, you still want to throw it out, that's on you. But until you actually hear me, not just like, yeah, I heard what you said, but no, like, I heard you, I understood you, I grasped the things that you're saying. Until that happens, I'm not leaving you alone. And that was and is very counterintuitive to my nature. Like, I just want to say what I want to say and then just leave it alone. I shouldn't have to fight that hard. You know what I mean? To be heard. And sometimes I do. And sometimes I have to fight for it for a really long time. But I've learned the benefit not only to myself that persistence creates, but it also benefits the people that I'm trying to address, which then hopefully benefits the world around me. I would say that's probably one of the hardest, if not the hardest things that I've had to learn. So if I come up with more, I might add to this, but I think that probably covers it. So, in a similar vein, Cobb, who I think is still in chat, asked on Discord if she could go back in time and redo something and get better results. Would you? And if so, what would it be? So, I'm going to assume with this question that whenever I go back in time, I have the knowledge that I have now of what the result is now, so that I can try and avoid that result again. So I'm going to assume that I have prior knowledge, or that I maintain knowledge. I'm gonna be very open and vulnerable with you here. And say that if I could go back and redo something, I would go back and stop myself from taking the steps that I took to become addicted to, trying to say it in a way that YouTube is not gonna censor this. So, in a way that I would not have become addicted to adult entertainment. I was exposed to it on accident whenever I was probably 14, 15 years old. I was browsing. I remember it vividly. I was browsing a tech website because I was still super new to the internet. And, gung-ho, trying to learn as much as I could and do as much cool stuff as I could. And I am exploring this tech website. And on the side, there's a link. I don't remember if, it was an ad or if it was actually something affiliated with that website. But it was a link that, if I would have known better, I would have been like, oh, that's gonna be a nudie site, or whatever. And, me, 14, 15 years old, dude, the hormones rushing all over the place. And curious. I clicked the link. And, boy howdy, did I find some stuff. And that began a cycle that lasted for probably like 15 years. That even though I was a Christian, even though I believed everything that I believed and still do, that I had this thing that had such a tight hold on me that God Himself had to release me of. And if I could go back and change anything, I would not take those steps. And I would be in such a better place. Like mentally, emotionally, spiritually, like the whole nine. And I'm sure that my life would have been dramatically different. So, that's what I would change. Next question comes from Nerdy Senpai on Twitch, who is another streamer friend. Please do me a solid and go and follow her. She asks, what is something you never envisioned being able to do that you've accomplished? So, I hope that this doesn't sound like being haughty or prideful, or what have you. But like, everything that I've set out to do, if I wanted it bad enough, I don't stop until it's done. And that, like, even if I don't know if I can do it, I'm so driven. Like, one of the most powerful motivators you can give me is to tell me and actually believe that I can't do something. Because if you actually believe that I can't do something, you just activated my spike card. And activating the spike card is a very dangerous thing. Because not only will I do it, I'm gonna do it twice, and I'll take pictures. So, for all the things that I've done, whenever I set out to do them, there's a part of me that's like, I don't know if I can do it, which then activates the spike card in myself, or it's someone else being like, sorry, you can't do that. And then I'm like, watch me. And then I just go do it. So what I'll say to this something that I never envisioned doing to begin with would be going to college. Because I grew up with my dad telling me and my brother over and over and over and over again and again that college is useless. You don't need college. College doesn't teach you anything. College is a waste of money. It's a waste of time. It just makes dummies. You know, stuff like that. And while I think that there is some truth to those statements, I don't think that it's, you know, a blanket statement that you can make across the board against all higher education. So I never envisioned myself going to college because everything that I wanted to do up until I wanted to go to college, I could just do without a degree. Like, I wanted to write books for the longest time, and I still do. You don't need a degree to write books. I wanted to do 3D art and animation. You don't need a degree to do that. You just make art. Whereas software, if you want a decent chance of getting in the door, you, at least whenever I went, that was kind of the best path to doing software engineering. And so I had tried learning software before that, and I was like, it's not really for me. It's not that I didn't think that I could do it, it's just I didn't want to put in the effort. I didn't think it was worth putting in the effort. But when I decided to go to college, I'm like, okay, that's probably the best way not only to be able to get into this professionally, if I so chose, but it would be the best way for me to learn it because it's so structured. And so it's something that I never envisioned doing, but I never doubted that I could do it. I will say, though, that's probably the hardest thing that I've ever done. So, thank you, ma'am, for the question. I hope that at least answers part of it. Let's see if we got someone. Chat, Mike. Good on ya. It's easy to be a deviant. Takes a conscious effort to make the choices necessary not to indulge in a bad habit. Very true. And I'm still having to consciously make those choices. So, Jen, the last question. I think it's okay to have curiosity about the stuff, particularly with the limitations I have. Knowledge with the correct context is not negative. Knowledge with the correct context. Yeah, agreed. I just didn't have the right exposure. Like, at all. That's not Harvey Specter. I am 37. Will be 38 on August 19th. So, coming up soon. How's it going, Harvey? So, we're running out of time. Alright. Let me look at the next few questions and see. Okay. If there's time, I think I will do 2 more questions. And then we will do the remaining questions. Hopefully soon. There's still a lot. We're on question 25 and there's 39. So, next question. Sorry. Part 2, the search for more silver. Part 3, AMA 2, the Wrath of Silver. Nah. No. Part 2, the Wrath of Tom. Part 07, I should bang you all. Okay. Alright. This is a good one. Love you too, Jed. Sorry, my body's beginning to disagree with me. Second, okay. Also, I have to fart. Hold on. That was nice. You needed to know that information. Alright. Two Plaid on Instagram asks, what is an understanding you wish more people had about your experience with being disabled in a society primarily focused on the able bodies? So, this is an excellent question, and has a fair amount of nuance. But I'll try and keep it simple. No, not simple. But I'll try and keep it as broad as I can, at least for the purposes of this question. And say that I wish people inherently understood that people in my condition and even people with various types of mental limitations are still just as capable. No. Let me rephrase. Your healthy and digestive system, loving the mic, cancel that out. It wasn't that loud anyway. More room out than in. That's what your mom used to say. Your mom's probably pretty great. But I wish people would inherently understand and act on is that people like myself, and even people that have varying degrees of mental limitations are not broken in what makes us human. And what I mean by that is that I am very aware that my body is not normal. I am very aware that by all intents and purposes, my body is broken. However, I am also equally aware that the things that make me human, the things that make me a man, are just the same as yours. What makes me human, what makes me a man, is not broken. My body is broken. And that means that as a human, as a man, I want the same things that every other red-blooded, decent man wants. I want to make a difference in the world such that I will leave this place better than the way that I found it, even if no one remembers me for it. I want to find a woman and respectfully and properly pursue her to a God-honoring marriage. And I want to love her and share life with her for the rest of my days. Oh goodness, I'm about to cry. I want to tell people about Jesus, and I want to actually, when I die, hear, "Well done, my good and faithful servant. Enter into the joy of your Lord." I want to live a meaningful life. And because of all of the misunderstandings and the preconceptions and the systems that are in place that facilitate the restrictions around what I'm able to accomplish, it reinforces these ideas that, oh, he's in a wheelchair. Oh, he's disabled. She doesn't have anything to offer. Oh. He can't find a wife. He can't make a difference. He can't, leave his mark. So they assume that because my body is broken, that what makes me human, what makes me a man, is broken. And that cannot be further from the truth. And that's what I wish people would understand. So, sorry for trying. I don't think I've ever actually tried on stream. But, that hits in the feels. So, thank you for the question. Mm-hmm. All right. Last question of the day. We still have more questions after this, but I am out of time after this. Mm-hmm. Getting close to home with that one? You felt that? Sorry if I created any kind of hurt or discomfort in anyone's eyes. So, oh, I know, Jin. I'm not saying that anyone here believes this. I'm saying that that's the default. And that's what I have to prove wrong by default in most scenarios that I end up in. And that's why I have to essentially get in people's faces and not leave them alone until I'm heard. Because I refuse to fit their mold. I refuse to prove them right. So, the best advocate deserves to be here in Choctaw. Indeed. So what about the one? James and Hart? Well, that was kind of the point of this whole endeavor. Forgive me? Trying to recompose. Anyway, I think we're good. So, Sunshine Faith asks, how do you react to people who ask very personal questions about your disability/health issues? Really, I don't mind. It's very rare that people will ask questions in a non-respectful way. However, I do have a few stories of people just being absolute, let's call them tools. There are people being absolute tools when asking about my condition. So, like PSA here, public service announcement. If you're ever going to ask someone about their condition, the easiest and most respectful thing that you can do is ask them yourself. Do not look at their parents or whoever they're with, or their caregiver or whoever. Don't talk to the other person. Talk to the disabled person. This goes back to the things I was just saying, that because they see a broken body, they assume broken humanity, broken mind, and so they talk to the other person as though the disabled person is not present. Okay? Talk to the disabled person. Jen makes a good point. Also, people that have interpreters for some reason. So, with that being said, one of the probably rudest ways that someone has asked about my condition is I was visiting a church, of all places, with my mom and stepdad. We were trying out different churches in the area, and so this was like our first or second time in this church. And this guy, so we tend to like sit in the back of different places whenever we go for the first few times, because in case like I need my medical stuff taken care of, we need a easy way to like dip out of the room, because it makes a lot of noise and we want to be respectful to whoever we're around, so on and so forth. So we're sitting toward the back, and this guy comes up, and he's talking to my mom and my stepdad, just, generally being friendly. And he seems to just, generally be kind of a, I wouldn't say rude, but definitely direct kind of guy. And not very socially adept, let's say, as far as like reading the room. And so he's just having small talk with my mom and my stepdad, just completely ignoring the fact that I'm sitting there in this giant 350-pound chair. And which is also a common thing. Like, just, people ignore the fact that I'm even there, and it's just like, it's just a big chair. So, eventually, he, while not even looking at me, he, waves his hands up and down in my direction. And while still looking at my mom and my stepdad, he goes, "So what happened here?" And mind you, I've been staying quiet up to this point, and I do that on purpose. Because, one, I like to see how people will assume, that I am around me. Like, I want to see if they're going to assume if I'm also mentally challenged, or if they're going to assume that, my humanity is broken, as I mentioned. And so, if I speak, I take away the ability for them to assume. And seeing that assumption speaks volumes about a person. And whenever things like that occur, what I like to do is then speak. And so, dude waves his hands up and down. So what happened here? And either my mom or my stepdad was about to answer, and I just butt in. And I just went, I have congenital muscular dystrophy. And part of the reason that I don't speak until I know what's what is because whenever you do get people that assume like that, it's so immensely fun and satisfying to watch their brains literally short circuit. Because as soon as I speak, you get this you can talk. And then you watch the gears start screeching to a halt, and you watch the wires just scrambling to try and reorient themselves in a way that they can be oh, he can talk. Oh, and he also said something intelligent. And watching these people short circuit and break is probably my personal, sick satisfaction thing that I do. I get unreasonable, just sick satisfaction from doing that. And watching their whole worldview just collapse in a matter of seconds. And it really is the best, Jen. And so I do all this stuff, I explain the condition to him, and he just he's done. His mind is blurred. And that, it's so good. So yeah, that kind of thing, that's pretty annoying. But it's also a great opportunity to get some immense, sick satisfaction. And, but there's also a lot of people, and it's really the majority, that will come up to me and be like, hey bro, I was curious. Why are you disabled? What happened? And those people even if they ask it, like, very direct and blunt like that, like, I respect that. I have no issue with that. Because you're not coming from a place of, just like the dumbest assumption that you can make. Like, you're asking because you want to learn. Like, you want to learn and maybe do better or be better. I'm all about that. And so, even if it's like super personal stuff, it's like, as long as you're coming at me with a, just being a dummy, like, I really don't mind. So, that's a huge reason why I'm doing this. I want y'all to be able to feel comfortable asking questions and getting a genuine response so that you can maybe learn and do better for other people you might encounter. So, that is that. Thank you for the question. By coming from a place of able-bodied ignorance or assumption based on visuals, yeah. Plenty of people are broken in unseen ways. Mine just happens to be fairly front and center. I think fairly is understatement of the century, Jen. So, takes all kinds. That was great. There's I don't drink. Never really been my thing. People are crazy. So, the next question is a goofy one. I'm not gonna answer it, but Sean again. I have to remember I'm on question 27. I'm gonna have to make a note somewhere. But yeah, so we do this. Alright, Jet. I get it. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. That'll be a terrible time to start drinking. I don't plan on it. My dad was... I watched enough of what my dad did with that. I don't want to touch it. I want nothing to do with it. Yeah, so... Thanks everybody for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. And I hope that this is a appropriate thank you for all of the help that y'all gave to get the gaming YouTube channel to YouTube partner and everything that entails. So, 0 out of 10, do not recommend. Yep, ain't doing it. You don't have to stop it. Do not write that down. I've got it. Don't waste the paper. So, that is gonna be it for me today, Chad. So, thanks everybody for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. If there is anybody in chat that you're not currently following, and you enjoyed spending time with us today, this is a very unique thing that we did today. And after I finish this round of questions, I'm not sure if and when we'll be doing it again. But I do plan on making individual videos out of this for each question. Maybe not every question, but a lot of them. But, Yeah, so if there's anybody in chat that you're not currently following, and you enjoyed spending time with us today, feel free to hit that follow button if you're on Twitch or X, or that subscribe button if you're on YouTube to get notified of future streams. We spend our time here hyping out Jesus as much and as often as we can. We build a tool stash with software, then we get up to all manner of gaming shenanigans. You might have heard that fart that time. What I'm gonna try and do, I'm not making any promises, but there is a possibility that I can try and come back tomorrow at some point to go through the remainder of the questions. If I can't do it tomorrow, what I'm thinking is that I could maybe do an extra stream on Tuesday to finish off these questions. And do all of that. So, Lord willing, I will be back on Monday, 4 p.m. Central, with the continuation of the Oblivion run. Or I might decide to finish this off on Monday. We'll see. But Lord willing, you will see me on Monday, 4 p.m. Central, with something. But if no one has told you lately, chat, you are loved. You are appreciated. You're highly valuable. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. And Jesus loves you. Wants a relationship with you. Seek him, because he's already seeking you. Repent and believe in the gospel. To repent means to recognize that you are a sinner against God and that you cannot save yourself. And then to turn away from living life your own sinful way and turning to living life Jesus' way. And to believe is not the idea of mental assent. It's the idea of submitting to Jesus as the Lord, the ruler, the master, and the boss of your life. The Bible says that if you do that, the old person that you are now dies, and that a new person is born that belongs to Jesus. So if any of you ever have questions about that, you're more than welcome to jump in the Discord. Links in the chat, or in the link tree link on X. I'd be happy to have a discussion with you, or just jump in the Discord if you want a place to hang out. So, like I said, Lord willing, I'll be back. If not tomorrow, then Monday, 4 p.m. Central. So till we meet again, y'all stay epic. Y'all have an awesome night. Peace. Also, thank y'all for being my friends. Genuinely. Peace. All day, son. All day. Y'all have a great night.